Alright. Hello, everyone. Hello, Joshi, Orion, Zlinky Lou, Cloverfield, Keiru, Zopied, Venixdev, Hishnik, and Cat Cantaloupe. Thank you guys for the good luck. And, yeah. The Eyes of Yedo are not in any percent, so... Also, thanks for the good luck, Sircat, Modonk, Moogle, and Corentin Rousselet. I'm feeling pretty good today. So this is not an early stream, it's actually a late stream. The US had daylight savings time time change yesterday, so I don't know when it happens in Europe, but if you are in Europe, that's why the stream time might seem rather on time, even though it's actually kind of late. Well, hello, Carlos Raven. Thank you for the good luck as well. And hello, Penguin is Crazy. But yeah, so... Any percent is pretty much the same as all dungeons for the first, like, hour and 50 minutes. Because of rupee routing, I think I'll probably just get the orange in Orden before... before Bow. And then depending on if I get the treetop rubies, I'll get both oranges in Snow Peak or not. So I guess if I get enough, I could probably skip getting both. I guess it depends on exactly how many rupees we have. But yeah, the way that this category differs from all dungeons is that we just don't go do the extra dungeons, pretty much. Otherwise, all of the strategies are pretty much the same. We don't have the bow, so we don't get to fight Ganon in the exact same way during the boar phase, but yeah, it's mostly gonna be very similar. Anyway. Oh, I should wait to the end of the sequence, I guess. But yeah, so it should be hopefully not too long to get a PB, because my current any percent PB does not do Pogate skip, so that's like 2.5 minutes right there if that goes really well. My any percent PB also does not include the Lakebed Temple look-through clips, so yeah, we have those to save, like, I think those combined save, like, 25 seconds. Yeah, so Lakebed and Arbiters we can save time on. Let's see. I can apparently save 18 seconds on Lanayru Vessel, 25 seconds on Lanayru Twilight. Let's see. Apparently 20 seconds on entering Arbiter's Grounds, then there's the 2.5 minutes on Spinner. Some time in City. Not very much in Palace, and then not very much in Hyrule Castle either. Also, I forgot, so I guess we're watching the title screen animation again. The reason I'm waiting for the whole thing is because I want to start a recording with the title screen animation fading in, but I was too invested in looking at my splits that I forgot about that. Also, thanks for the good luck, Nahlis. Unfortunately, Nahlis, there are not going to be any Eyes of Yedo, since we do not look at the Eyes of Yedo in this speedrun. So, I am sorry to say that there will probably be no more Eyes of Yedo for a while. Unless we do, like, SD randomizer or something. Alright, this time I will remember to start recording. Alright, I did it. I remembered to hit the start recording button. Also, thanks for the good luck, Sixel. Also, because we don't have to do Temple of Time, I won't be getting as many heart containers either, I guess, is another difference. I'll probably only get Lake Bed and City in the Sky? No, Arbiters is probably faster than City in the Sky. No, but we want the City in the Sky one for getting a full heal at that point. So thanks for the good luck, Camdog, Miyamoto Psych, Kelsey. I do appreciate the good luck. We will still need good luck. Thankfully, there is no Armagoma in any percent, so we don't have to contend with that at least. Okay. Yes, so any percent still has to get the ball and chain for precisely one reason. Which is that you can't stun the Blizzetta phase of Zant without the ball and chain. If we did not have to do that, then we would not need to get the ball and chain, but we do have to do that. So, yeah, that's been, like, if someone figures out how to not do that, that's like, you know, a 10-minute time save or something. And also makes the run significantly easier, because it gets rid of early Snow Peak. Though we would have to figure out something else for rupees, because currently, like, most of our rupees for the run come from going to Snow Peak, because there are just conveniently rupees lying around Snow Peak or on the way to Snow Peak. Are there any Dark Nuts in any percent? Only in Hyrule Castle are there Dark Nuts in any percent. Also, thanks for the good luck, Fastest. Also, yes, Arcticuma, I did enjoy the, the Betro 50 SSR seed from yesterday. Also, thanks for the good luck, Cowcat. Yes, we will be doing Lake Bed Temple. We still do most of, the dungeons in any percent. The only ones we're not doing are Goron Mines, Temple of Time, and the second half of Snow Peak. Well, thanks for the good luck, Snowy Sparkles. We only fight one of the Hyrule Castle Darknuts. We skip the second one because we can just skip it with shooting a clawshot target to, like, get past it. Which I'm pretty sure was not intentional, but seems to have, like, been accidentally left in as part of the properties of, like, the graded torches that surround the boss door of Hyrule Castle. Oh no, darn it. Ow, really? How did you get over there? Let's go this way. Not the best, but still technically ahead, I guess. Also, thanks for the good luck, Mad Monk. Well, yeah, Darknuts do... Like, we can fight Darknuts faster with the Ball and Chain. But, I mean, that only speeds up the Darknut, like, a Darknut fight by, like, a couple seconds. At best, usually. Alright, goats. Time to go into the pen. This guy is not going to go... Oh no, he did go into the pen. Okay. I definitely thought he wouldn't, but he has proven me wrong. He did not have the power of Howard with him. Well, hello, Mega Man Tom. I mean, it's definitely possible that we could beat the any percent record. Since the current any percent record does not do Pogate skip, which is like a 2.5-minute time save. Pogate skip is also not particularly consistent, unfortunately, so... I don't think we're gonna get sub 3, unfortunately. I think, like, a 308 or a 307 is probably about, like, the best we can reasonably do. Also, thanks for the good luck, Renesteiner. As far as I'm aware, there is not a clip to skip the tunnel that has the ruby there now. Thanks for the good luck, Meanderous Shark. I mean, I have completed any percent runs before, yeah. Like, I'm comparing against my current any percent PB, which is a 3:11:06. I mean, we are, like, already skipping most of the cutscenes. Come on. Mega Man Tom. Like, the game does just allow us to skip most of them. I'm surprised we did not get hit there. I think I'll try and retake the Wind Waker All Dungeons record eventually. I kind of doubt I'll try to specifically retake the Wind Waker All Dungeons record. I mean, like, my current Wind Waker All Dungeons PB, I'm, like, fairly happy with. Although I'm sure I could get a better one now, just due to the being able to do the zombie hover and, like, Tingle Tuner heal for Puppet Ganon skip, so it's not RNG anymore. But it's pretty, like, it would be very difficult for me to, like, get the Wind Waker All Dungeons record because I can't really do unbuffered manual super swimming the way that other runners can. So I'd essentially already be starting at, like, a 2-minute time deficit due to not doing unbuffered manual super swimming. Also, thanks for the good luck, Niels Jansen. And thanks for the good luck as well, Mary Say. Oh, I see, Meanderous Shark. No, this is my first day doing any percent runs again. I was supposed to do runs on Saturday, but then I got caught up doing other stuff and just didn't stream in general. Well, so the reason I say I can't do unbuffered manual super swimming is that, like, I've tried it for, like, a reasonable number of hours before, and I just, like, I cannot figure out how to vibrate my hands fast enough to move the control stick for unbuffered manual super swimming. Like, it just does not seem to be something that I can do with my hands, essentially. Or if there's some secret nuanced technique to it, it's not something that I've figured out. Also, thanks for the good luck, Garretts. And thank you very much, Aghast Crane, for the 4 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the good luck as well. And thanks for the good luck, Crow. So thanks for the good luck, Jabe Spades. Do I ever think about how when I take out Shadow Beasts, it's just normal people being mind-controlled? Is it? I thought the Shadow Beasts came from the Twilight realm. Unless you're saying, like, they were regular Twilight that got mind-controlled. So I'm sure there probably is a fastest language for this game, but because pretty much all of the text in the game is instant, no one has really bothered timing to see what the fastest language would be. Since, like at worst, like, one language might be, like, a couple seconds slower or faster. So it's not, nice. Not something that, like, anyone has motivation to try and figure out. Especially since, like, there just aren't very many people who speedrun the HD version to begin with, and the records are not in as close contention or as optimized as, like, the GameCube records. Also, thanks for the good luck, Juniper. As far as I'm aware, Braille is not a language option for Twilight Princess HD, no. Thanks for the good luck, Jason Lopez. My favorite Zelda game is a tie between Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. Favorite item ever from all Zeldas? I don't know. There's a lot of good items. And I guess things that aren't really items but are like abilities. Like, honestly, I want to say that my favorite item or ability across the entire series is probably Ascend from Tears of the Kingdom. Like, it's so nice to just be able to go up and not have to climb things. This was the quality of life thing that I did not know I needed until I had played Tears of the Kingdom. I will be sad if Ascend is not in the next Zelda game, even though, obviously, like... I don't know if the next Zelda game will be designed for use with an ability like Ascend. Hover boots are also pretty cool, as are Pegasus boots. Like, there's obviously a lot of good choices for what someone's favorite item in the Zelda series could be. Also, thanks for the good luck, Sarah Lynn Ross. Do the hover boots get hate? I don't feel like I've ever seen anyone be like, man, I don't like the hover boots, or anything like that, but... In speedruns, hover boots are generally very useful for Ocarina of Time, especially because you can combine them with a damage boost to get some fun effects. 2 blue rupees, what the heck? I'm not gonna get that second one. I don't think I've ever had 2 blue rupees there. Darn it, got a slow one. Oh yeah, I mean, the hover boots are, like, slippery. Like, they reduce friction, but... Really? The monkey noticed it from that far away? Okay, well, that kind of sucks. I guess the Baba got kind of aggressive. Which unfortunately means an extra monkey cycle here, so... Not a good monkey push, unfortunately. Best item is the boomerang from Twilight Princess because you can long jump attack with it. Fair enough. Also, thanks for the good luck, Chaitja. Did I win yesterday? Ah, yes, I did win yesterday. Yesterday I won the Skyward Sword randomizer race against my opponent for the Skyward Sword randomizer tournament. So now I advance to the finals, which will probably take place in, like, the beginning of April at some point. The people in the other semi-final part of the bracket are Adri and Oni, who are gonna do their first match, or their first game on Wednesday. Yes, they are both French. Nice. I don't know why I didn't backflip there. So, hello, banished arthropod. This is indeed the first run of the day. We have not had any resets so far. So thanks for the good luck, D3. Is this my favorite Zelda game of all time? No. My favorite Zelda game is a tie between Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. Yeah, I don't tend to do very many Ocarina of Time randomizers, because I usually participate in the tournaments for Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword, but I've never competed in an Ocarina of Time randomizer tournament. Also, thanks for the good luck, Evangeline Zelda. Do I like Wind Waker or Wind Waker HD better? I would say, like, casually, Wind Waker HD is definitely much better. Speedrun-wise, I kind of like them each about the same. What do I like the most about Skyward Sword? I think Skyward Sword has by far the most fun combat in the entire Zelda series, with, you know, the unique motion-based combat that I think is very fun to do, and that no other Zelda game comes close in terms of combat to Skyward Sword. Why did Link slide? I know why that happened. That happened because of snapback, but that's still dumb. And unfortunately, this segment is very bad. We got the Bad Monkey RNG, and now accidentally voided out there, which lost us, like, 10 seconds? Something like that. One, two, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, unfortunately, we're losing a lot of time here, but we'll still continue. Is everything up to ball and chain the same as all dungeons? Yes. The one exception is that we don't pick up the small key before going to get the ball and chain, or like the small key before we do freezer clip. Also, thanks for the good luck Pikachu 420. What story do I think is the best out of all Zelda games? I think probably also Skyward Sword for me. Although usually, like, how good the story is not a very big factor in, like, whether or not I enjoy a Zelda game. Usually things like art style and actual gameplay are the things that I, like, weigh the most, I guess. So thanks for the good luck, Canuck. Also, yes, we are doing any percent now. We got a satisfactory all dungeons time. So we need to do Forest Temple because, while it is possible to escape the forest, if we escape the forest and then try to go do Elden Twilight, we will get to the part where we have to warp the bridge to the Kakariko Gorge, and we will find that it is not possible to warp the bridge to the Kakariko Gorge. And the reason for that is because beating Forest Temple changes the state of North Farron Woods to a state that actually has the trigger available to warp the bridge. The previous states of North Farron Woods do not have the trigger that allows you to warp the bridge to Elden Twilight. My All Dungeons PB is a 347.43. Also, thank you very much, MF Motion, for the 9 months to Tier 1. And thank you very much for the good luck as well. When are we going to see a Link's crossbow training record from me? Well, I would probably have to own Link's crossbow training first. Although I don't think I would have very much interest in speedrunning Link's crossbow training. Do not get across as human from the start of the game with Epona Steam Clip and an Epona Slide. So, the problem is that, as far as I can tell, no one has ever been able to clip through the gate that blocks Hyrule Fields at the beginning of the game. And also, if we were able to, nice double Howard. I don't think there's a way we'd be able to kill the Shadow Beasts in Kakariko Village, because we don't have a weapon, since we can't do back in time. But, like, I imagine the seam clip and out-of-bounds movement to, like, get to Kakariko would still work, but, like, I've never been able to clip through the gate at the start of the game. And then we still have the issue of not having a weapon to kill the Shadow Beasts with. Thanks for the good luck, Statenheim. Well, I'm not sure if the slingshot hurts Shadow Beasts, but getting the slingshot would not make it worth it then if we had to do the beginning of Orden. Because the beginning of Orden adds like 5 minutes to the beginning, and it only takes about 5 minutes to beat Forest Temple. So, at that point, you wouldn't really be saving any time to begin with, unfortunately. How often do I run all items for Twilight Princess? If you mean, like, the 100% speedrun, the last time I did 100% speedruns was over a year ago, and I would not say I run it particularly often. Like, the problem with the 100% speedrun is that there's a trick 3 hours in that is not guaranteed to work. because we don't entirely understand how the trick works, and even if we did understand how it works, there might not be a way of influencing it to always work the way that we want. Which is the ISA 1 skip method that we do. So, like, if there was a consistent way found to do that trick, I would be down to run 100% again, especially since, like, a bunch of the other difficult things about 100% wouldn't be issues anymore. Like, I had a lot of difficulty with Iralfo's skip and with the fairy floor skips in Cave of Ordeals the last time I ran 100%, but those aren't really an issue anymore. And there's also just, like, other time saves that we can use, like Kitty climbing Goron mines and whatnot. But yeah, if that trick is figured out, or if we, like, found early Master Sword, that would also be, like, a good reason to do Hundo again, I think. Because with early Master Sword, you could also put ISA 1 skip much earlier in the run, in theory. Instead of having it be, like, 3 hours in, you could do it, like, before Lakebed Temple. Don't I think that Twilight Princess has some of the coolest art and graphics? I wouldn't say that I'm, like, a huge fan of Twilight Princess's art style. Like, obviously it's neat, but, like, realistic-looking graphics are not something that, like, is particularly interesting to me. So, like, I much more prefer, like, you know, the art styles of Wind Waker and Skyward Sword, which is a lot of the reason why those Zelda games are my favorite. Because I like lots of bright, high-contrast colors. I mean, yeah, like, obviously Twilight Princess is not really, like, realistic looking, but, like, it's definitely a lot closer to looking realistic than Wind Waker and Skyward Sword are, I would say. I think I might switch back to GameCube at some point. I mean, I imagine I'll do speedruns of GameCube Twilight Princess again, but I don't know when exactly. I mean, it definitely would be much easier to speedrun GameCube Twilight Princess now, especially with the new displacement clip Pogate skip, and also Stallard, like, displacement-based Stallard skip, I should say. It's not completely a displacement clip, but yeah, like, just the sole fact that Arbiter's Grounds is much easier in GameCube Twilight Princess now would mean that, like, I could definitely PB in all dungeons by a few minutes. I could PB in any percent by, like, 10 minutes, probably. Because my any percent PB is from 2020. Per GameCube. Thanks. Also, thanks for the good luck, Peichi. Also, if I was going to do the 3D Zelda challenge again, I would do, like, individual any percent speedruns of all the games first. Nice. Like, I wouldn't just jump straight in without doing, like, practice for them and, like, runs for each of them individually first. Also, hey, Adi, thanks for the raid. That the attempts and/or practice went well. And thanks for the good luck. So thanks for the good luck as well, Ace. Terrible attempts, ow. Well, Twilight Princess is a hard game, so... Some days, that's just how it be. So thanks for the good luck, Sayan Debis. If I pronounced that right, but that's what I got. So thanks for the good luck, Leanne. And congratulations on being here, I guess, Leanne. Oh, come on, really? Darn it. So thanks for the good luck, Brandino. I no longer speedrun world record for Tears of the Kingdom. Well, I do not have a Tears of the Kingdom speedrun record, no. I haven't done Tears of the Kingdom speedruns for, like, almost 2 years. I think a little over 2 years at this point, actually, because I did any percent and all dungeons, and I was, like, satisfied with my times in both when I stopped. I don't know if I would go back anytime soon, because I'm not, like, a very... big fan of, like, the arrow flight stuff that's, like, optimal to do in the categories now. Like, there's something about it that I just, like, don't understand. Maybe I just need to, like, practice it a lot more, but I have a lot of trouble doing arrow flight consistently in Tears of the Kingdom. Or at least I did when I tried to practice it a bunch. It's like, even if I was to do, like, the 3D Zelda challenge, I would probably just do the Tears of the Kingdom any % route from before arrow flight, just because I would be so much more consistent with it. Also, thanks for the good luck, Ryan and Makuya. Alright, Banished Arthropod, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck. I don't think we're getting the fast event cycle, because that one Shadow Beast was facing a bad direction. Yeah. Unfortunate. Also, thanks for the good looks, Legend. Well, so arrow flight's not a new Tears of the Kingdom trick. Like, it was being used in any %. Like, pretty soon after I got what my current Tears of the Kingdom any % PB is. I just never really did runs with it because I am not very good at it and probably would not be able to PB with it, especially at the time. Did I know about KitKat's DQ before I finished on Saturday? Yeah, I was looking at the race time chat the whole time, so I saw when KitKat got disqualified, and then the notification that he was disqualified for doing the Earth Temple entrance RBM. We're trying to learn to speedrun the game. Where can you search? There are not much tutorials on YouTube. If you're specifically talking about Twilight Princess HD, there are not going to be any tutorials on YouTube, really, unfortunately. Just because not very many people run the HD version, but if you go to zeldaspeedruns.com, you can find the routes for the different Twilight Princess HD categories, and the routes themselves should have links to pages that explain how to do tricks, some of which will have, like, video guides. You can also join the Twilight Princess speedrunning community Discord at discord.gg/TP. At least I think we still have that URL. And, like, ask questions in the HD channels if you need, like, help with things. And then also basically just essentially watching a run and trying to copy what you see to the best of your ability. Of course, that's going to be a little bit tough for the beginning of a run, because if you want to do the optimal route, you do start off with Gate Clip and then Bokoblins, which are not things that are, like, very obvious to do just by watching them. Yeah, so like Zelda speedruns, like there's a tutorial that I uploaded there a while ago on how to do like Orden Gate Clip, for instance. Which you should be able to find on like the page for Orden Gate Clip for Twilight Princess HD specifically. Oh, come on, really? Also, thanks for the good luck, KitKat. Thanks for the good luck and the congrats, Viola. Well, KitKat got disqualified from one of the races because he did a trick that's banned in the tournament rules. Unfortunately. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Stop. Also, thanks for the good luck parallelograms. I don't have a like specific final goal time with this in mind, but I imagine it would probably be at least a 308, maybe 307. Since I should be able to save at least like 3 minutes over my PB, I think. Because my current PB does not do Pogate skip. You've been trying to learn the GameCube run. The GameCube run is definitely harder, but there are also significantly more resources for learning the GameCube run compared to the HD run. Because a lot more people run GameCube, and there's also been a lot more effort to make things like practice tools and whatnot, so you can very quickly practice different sections or tricks of the run without having to just, like, rely purely on save files. Well, still save time, I guess. Oh yeah, for randomizer races, whoever finishes the randomizer first is the winner. You think it's wild that we have to do a whole extra dungeon at the start in HD? I mean, completing Forest Temple isn't, like, too bad. The second half of Forest Temple is only, like, 5 minutes in the speedrun. Although, the reason we have to complete it is because we don't have the early Master Sword sequence break. If we had early Master Sword, we'd, like, very easily be able to not have to do Forest Temple. Or not have to do the second half of Forest Temple, at least. They should make it so the winner is random, too. Ah, yes, true randomizer. The winner is random. It's a weird position for the bug to fly to. Also, thank you very much, Matt, for the 96 months of Tier 1. That is quite a lot of months. Totaling up to 8 years, in fact. So thank you very much for the continued support. And you are very close to triple digits. Also, thanks for the good luck, Twister. Does the rupee route change much between all dungeons and any percent? Yeah, so all dungeons is able to get... I guess the difference isn't that big, but like all dungeons is able to potentially get rupees like in the room with the Snow Peak bedroom key from like the Chilfos that die, and also can potentially get the purple rupee in Goron Mines if necessary. Any percent has to go out of its way for like an additional orange rupee, essentially. So thanks for the good luck, Pikachu. And I see, that makes sense. The hardest trick in this run... The two, like, really hard tricks to do consistently are early Snow Peak and Pogate Skip and Arbiter's Grounds. Both of which are tricks that rely on enemies doing something correctly. Interestingly enough. But yeah, I mean, even for me, I would say those tricks are still difficult. They're just difficult in... like, different ways. Because they're two very different tricks. Before Pogate Skip and Arbiter's early Snow Peak was definitely, like, the hardest trick of the run. But now with Pogate Skip and Arbiter's, it's kind of equally as difficult, or at least equally as inconsistent, in my opinion, at least. Also, thanks for the good luck, Kiyosoma. It is not the direction I wanted to jump into the water. Is subscription revenue any better on YouTube compared to Twitch? So I believe YouTube gives you a better cut of subscription revenue starting out compared to Twitch, because, like, if you start streaming on Twitch, Twitch will give you a 50-50 split for subscription revenue, whereas I think YouTube is always 70-30. Twitch only gives you 70-30 if you have 300 subscribers or more. Asterisk. Currently, I have the 60-40 split on Twitch, because I do not meet their threshold for getting the 70-30 split, unfortunately. Also, thanks for the good luck, Nextler. Wow, are YouTube partners only getting 50-50? If so, that is unfortunate. Ow. On YouTube, you can actually, like, set a custom membership price, though. So, like, Twitch locks you into, at least in the US, like, a tier 1 sub being $6.99. Tier 2, I think, is still $9.99, and tier 3 is $24.99 per month. But on YouTube, you can just set whatever membership prices you want for as many tiers as you want, I think. I'm sure there's, like, some limit, but it's a lot more customizable than Twitch is. At least on Twitch, tiers 2 and 3 give you access to extra emotes, and also you get a higher channel point multiplier. Which, you know, obviously channel point's real important around here. At least I think those are generally what the perks are. There might be something I'm missing. But yes, it also does give more support, obviously, because it costs more. And I don't know if this is still true, but like when tiers 2 and 3 were first rolled out on Twitch, even if you had like the base 50-50 split for regular subscriptions, tier 2 subscriptions gave the streamer a 60-40 split, and tier 3 subscriptions gave the streamer a 70-30 split in their favor. So I don't know if that's still the case, like if any tier 3 subscriptions that I get are 70-30, despite me having the 60-40 split. Well, yeah, I mean, I would say, regardless of what the actual splits are, Pikachu, like, it's probably, if you were trying to, like, live stream, somewhat in your best interest to just, simultaneously stream to both Twitch and YouTube at once anyway. Like, if you're able to, at least, right? Nintendo's having a direct for just the Mario movie. I mean, yeah. I mean, they've done that before. Like, in this direct, we're going to reveal information about the upcoming Mario movie. There will be no game information during this presentation. Am I far forward enough? Okay, yes. Oh, I see, Pikachu. Yeah, I mean, there are like third-party services that you can use to like, you can essentially stream to just one service, and then that service will like put your stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so that you don't have to like stream to both from your own machine. But they do usually, at least I think Restream.io has a watermark on it, unless you pay like $15 a month or something for their cheapest plan. But yeah, it definitely can be rough if you're on, like, an old machine. How did the Skyward Sword race go? It was fun. I did end up winning, which was neat. So now I advance to the finals for the Skyward Sword Randomizer Tournament, which will probably take place sometime in, like, early April. Since I am going to be gone for, like, a lot of the second half of March. So I'll be going to the Heroes of Time charity event that will be happening from March 20th to 22nd. Which is basically just a Zelda-themed video game charity event where we're going to raise money for Breakthrough T1D. And then after that, I'm going on vacation. I do not plan to be streaming from a corner again, no. This category does go to Snow Peak, yes. That is not what I wanted to do. Also, we are going to lose time here compared to my any percent PB because I'm getting the orange rupee here, which my any percent PB does not get. But I feel like getting that orange is probably faster than the prospect of getting 2 reds from fire. And also probably faster compared to getting one of the oranges in Snow Peak. Alright, Bow. Oh, okay, Bow was nice. Alright, good first phase for Bow. Oh, you mean for the vacation? I don't think there are any plans to get pumpkin soup with Yetis on vacation, no. 2 slaps, and unfortunate. Bow did not approve of this. Well, I suppose it could have been worse. Why the name Gymnast? So the name Gymnast, because when I made the username, when I made my Minecraft account at the age of 12, I did gymnastics. However, that was 15 years ago, and I no longer do gymnastics, but I kept the name. Thanks for the good luck, Neru Kitsune. Why 86? Am I 86 years old? Unfortunately, no. Granted, I don't think I want to be 86 years old, but... The 86 does not have any meaning. I just chose a random number. The reason Link had, like, a weird shadow on his chin during the, wrestling with Bow is because that was the chin texture from the Zora armor that the game did not remove. Because the game has to, like, change Link into, a different outfit, essentially, when he does the sumo wrestling, and it assumes that you must not have the Zora armor yet. Because normally at that point you don't, so it doesn't bother changing whatever the current chin texture is. No, I am currently 27 years old. I was born in 98, and have not had my birthday this year yet. Darn it, I didn't think we'd get a jump there. That's not a good angle. yes, I was born the same year that Ocarina of Time was released. Thanks, purple friend. Spaghetti or mac and cheese? I mean, those are kind of both pasta of some kind, but I guess spaghetti? Like, Zelda game needs a good old-fashioned water dungeon. You can't believe you're saying this. I mean, I would be down for another complicated water dungeon. I would be down for any complicated dungeon. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild didn't exactly have any underwater exploration. I guess Echoes of Wisdom technically did, but... the frog is very close to the wall here. This is kind of weird. Anyway, this is going to be a best segment courtesy of my PB being before we found look-through clips. Assuming that the Morpheal fight is good, we're also going to get a best segment here. Thanks to, once again, my PB not having look-through clips. What are super chats? Super chats on YouTube are just what it's called when someone, like, donates money, essentially. And, like, it shows up in the chat as, like, all highlighted and big and whatever. In the YouTube chat, specifically. Twitch did try doing something similar at one point, at least, like, a couple years ago. I don't know if it ever really caught on, though. Darn it. Okay, that was my fault for missing the... button press there. I am shocked that grabbed, but we'll take it. Also, thanks for the good luck evening doves. Yeah, I mean, obviously the, like, the things that are cool about traditional 3D Zelda dungeons, right, are that, like, you get a cool new item in the dungeon that you then get to figure out how to use to complete the dungeon, right? It feels like you are making a sense of progression because now you have more tools to use, and that obviously is not the case with the Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild dungeons. I guess in Tears of the Kingdom they were maybe thinking, like, the like the new abilities that you get with your, like, new party members were supposed to function as that, but, like, I don't know. Didn't really feel like it. But also the other issue that I think the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom dungeons suffer from just like a visual and, like, mystery standpoint, is that I don't think it works very well because of the fact that you can always see the entire dungeon before you even get there, right? Or, like, you can essentially see the entire dungeon from when you first enter, right? So there's no sense of, like, mystery of, like, what's gonna come next in the dungeon, or of, like, how big the dungeon could be, because you can just see the whole thing already, right? And, like, the dungeon that kind of hides that the best in those games is the Lightning Temple, right? In Tears of the Kingdom, because that temple is contained in a giant structure, so you can see how big the structure is, but you can't see what's actually inside the structure, which is why it kind of is okay in that sense. But pretty much all the other dungeons, you can kind of just see the whole thing, like, when you get there, which... Nice, thank you, Cat. Which means that, like, you don't actually... There's no mystery as to how big the dungeon is, right? Right, because there are very few dungeons before Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom where, like, you can get a sense of how big the dungeon is before you go in. But even if, like, there's sort of some indication of how big it is, right? Like, obviously, if you enter the Deku Tree in Ocarina of Time, like, obviously, mentally, you're like, okay, well, the dungeon can't be bigger than how big the Deku Tree is, right? But usually a lot of those, like, structures that are meant to act as a facade are not, like, actually how big the dungeon is. It's just sort of like a weird, rough representation of it. Because it's on a completely separate map, right? Like, obviously, like in Twilight Princess, you can see how big Snow Peak Ruins is from the outside, sort of. But even when you go inside, like, you still have to figure out all of, like, the little... Like, you still have to go explore all the little rooms that there are, right? Which still adds a sense of mystery to the place. Also, thanks for the good luck, Jellyaya. And thanks for the good luck as well, Emo David. But yeah, that is also, like, why, for instance, the Construct Factory in Tears of the Kingdom also kind of works, because, even though technically, like, the entire thing is still open air, like, because of how dark it is, you can't actually see how big everything is. It's still also, like, pretty short. But yeah, like, basically all the other ones you can just kind of completely see. Really? That wasn't a quick spin? Oh, it's not great. Bang. Got the fast wind cycle. And yeah, some of, like, the... Like, generally, I would say the lead-ups to the dungeons themselves in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are pretty cool. I wouldn't say I really have many issues with, like, actually getting to the dungeon itself. Like, that part is usually pretty good, from what I remember. Like, I remember when, like, the first dungeon that I did in Breath of the Wild, right, was, the desert one, Va Namoris. And, like, my impression of that was like, wow, the lead up to this dungeon is really fun. Like, it's, you know, it feels like high speed and dynamic and, like, you know, feels challenging to a degree. At least, like, the first time you do it, right? And then, you know, I get into the dungeon itself, and I'm like, oh, like, this is very neat. Like, you know, having to rotate the components of the dungeon to access things is very cool. It's a little short, which kind of sucks, but, you know. This is otherwise a very cool concept and a very cool lead-up to this dungeon. That was fun. I wonder what the other ones are going to be like. And then the other ones were just all kind of the same thing again, except with, like, very slightly different twists, but still all kind of just the same thing. I was like, oh, well. And then, you know, all the dungeons visually look the same, and it's like, well, this doesn't help with just feeling like I'm doing the same thing again. Also, thank you very much, Airdell, for the Tier 1 subscription. I do appreciate the support, so thank you very much. But yeah, obviously, like, everything having the same, or, like, at least the dungeons all having the same style in Breath of the Wild, like, visually, and also all essentially having the same boss visually, doesn't really help them feel any different, even if technically they all are different. Which Tears of the Kingdom at least is better about. But it still feels like each dungeon is just find the 5 locations and then fight boss. So thanks for the good luck, apes. Thanks for the good luck as well, little punk. I got up to 150, so we can get up to 165. It's not quite enough, I don't think. Potentially skip 100. Actually, I guess regardless, I'll still be able to skip at least one orange rupee in Snow Peak. I won't have to get both of them. Also, thanks for the good luck, Harune. How is pace looking? I guess it's alright. We're mostly ahead because my any percent PB was before look-through clipping was discovered, so... Like, this is a pretty decent Master Sword time, but we did lose time earlier on to some things. Also, thanks for the good luck, SVB. Being able to fuse things in Tears of the Kingdom was pretty cool, even if, like, functionally a lot of fusions were just kind of useless. I mean, that kind of makes sense if you can fuse literally any two things together, right? But there were a lot of cool ones that did exist. Well, so look-through clipping only saves us, like, 25 seconds total, maybe, over the course of the run. So, we're not going to PB just because of that. We're mostly going to PB because my current any percent PB does not do Pogate skip, which is a 2.5-minute time save. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm ahead of my PB currently, so that does mean we are on world record pace. Of course, we are about to do early Snow Peak, so who knows if we'll keep that pace. Didn't get a dash cancel there. Or there, apparently. Hey, looks good. No? Okay, I'm surprised that failed, honestly. I must have, like, moved incorrectly and not been far left enough, because that looked like it was fine. Although I did notice that Wolflink kind of, like, got stopped or something? I don't know exactly what happened, but I should have been able to make that. I think I just was, like, too far up or something. Okay, cool. Yep. Excuse me. Okay, well that time I just got trolled. Alright, well, this is not great, unfortunately. Probably should have expected I was gonna get trolled somehow, given that the first one I had to knock back with the claw shot. That might be too far back. Find out. Oh. Okay, there we go. Well, unfortunately, we lost like 1 minute and 45 seconds there, but I guess we'll just keep going. In theory, I could still be ahead on Spinner. What do I think of Wolflink's mechanics? I mean, I think Wolflink's mechanics are pretty neat. Gameplay-wise, I'm kind of a little disappointed he doesn't get, like, more mechanics as the game goes on. Nice. Like, he kind of just gets all his mechanics at the start and then doesn't get to do anything else. Like, new gameplay-wise for the rest of the game. But, oh well. So, the way that early Snow Peak works is essentially we're trying to manipulate the Wolfos to be in a position where we can jump over the Void Out zone that tries to stop you from coming up here early. So essentially, to do that, we're getting in a specific-ish position, and then having a Wolfos run towards us, and then shooting the claw shot at the Wolfos so that it kind of goes back a little bit. And then runs up the mountain to the left in such a way that it'll allow us to jump over the Void Out zone, pretty much. Yeah, purely for speed, hitting the top of the trees is not... it's actually slightly slower, but we do essentially just want the money from it. Oh wait, this is definitely not the faster one to get, but I guess I've committed to this one. Make Hylia, please. I'll say, I mean, aside from obviously early Snow Peak not going well, the execution on that segment was fine. So the way that we skip going through the file selection sequence is by tapping the Wolf Link amiibo on the title screen. Because you can associate the Wolf Link amiibo with a specific file, and then if you tap it on the title screen, you will instantly load that file. So it saves like 3 seconds per save warp, or something like that. Got a new Twilight Princess PB of 23 hours. Ah, nice. Congratulations on your new PB. Also nice, it's already nighttime. And because we failed early Snow Peak for so long, we're actually going to get to not watch the cutscene where the Bulblin notices us in the desert. So that's neat, at least. We don't know when the next Skyward Sword randomizer race is now. It's probably not going to be until sometime in April, though. Because I'm leaving for the Heroes of Time charity event on the 18th of March, and then I'm not going to be getting back until the 29th of March. I'm also going on vacation afterwards. So, most likely the next Skyward Sword randomizer match will be in April. There be more runs today. If this run finishes, we could probably do more attempts. I mean, even if it doesn't finish, we probably could, because it's only 3 hours. On the last segment, I failed early Snow Peak twice, in, like, the bad way that loses the most time, so... I definitely hit the ZR button there, but I guess the game interpreted it as an A button press. Have I one-cycled Majora's Mask before? I mean, technically, for the N64 any percent speedrun, yeah. Historically, my favorite game to speedrun has been Wind Waker HD. Ow, right. No cutscene there. At least not yet. Might accidentally get seen, though. Hopefully we don't, but... Really? That's not actually a good angle for that. Let's try that again. Really? Now you hit me? Well. We'll still save time here, but that wasn't the best. Wind Waker on Switch 2 NSO does have one additional glitch that you can do because of how the Switch 2 NSO GameCube emulator works. But Wind Waker on Switch 2 is not faster for any speedrun category, at least at the moment, because you can't use the Tingle Tuner functionality on Switch 2 NSO. If you could, then Switch 2 NSO would be faster for every category, but it is not possible to do at the moment, so... Unless they ever implement that, GameCube NSO, at least for Wind Waker, is not gonna be particularly fast. Well, Switch to NSO for GameCube, or at least for Wind Waker, already does have its own category on the leaderboards. Some people have done, like, all dungeons runs with it, just because the all dungeons route is a lot different. On Switch 2 NSO, because of the dungeon chest reload you can do, you can completely skip getting Medley and Makar, and, like, Earth Temple and Wind Temple are significantly shorter. Also, yeah, I don't imagine it's a question of if, but when Twilight Princess GameCube comes to GameCube NSO, I imagine Twilight Princess probably will be faster than regular GameCube. Because it'll essentially just be Twilight Princess, but now with less lag and, like, reduced loading times, pretty much. And Back in Time does work on Wind Waker GameCube NSO, so I would expect it to work on, like, a future Twilight Princess on GameCube NSO. The GameCube NSO is not on Switch 1 now. It's only on Switch 2. Alright, Bubbles. Here we go. Okay, good first one. Okay, hopefully this guy stays going into the wall. No, he didn't. Darn it. Well. Oh. Okay, will he keep going into the wall? No. Oh, alright, come on. No. Well, now we just have to wait, unfortunately. Really? Again? And this is the bad RNG that can happen with these bubbles sometimes. There you go. And you went back out? Are you serious? Ah, well, that was awful. Thanks, Bubbles. Appreciate ya. To the right, please. There you go. Alright. Well, aside from the terrible luck at the start, the rest of this trick was fine. That's not the move I thought I did, but okay. That trick is Pogate Skip. Essentially, we are clipping the bubbles past the Pogate, and then getting onto a very tiny out-of-bounds seam. And then from the very tiny out-of-bounds seam, we are doing a trick called a Moon Boots ending blow, where essentially we have Iron Boots equipped, and then we attempt to do an ending blow. And then the frame after we start the ending blow, we force unequip the Iron Boots, which gives Link more, like, significantly more vertical momentum than he should have, and allows us to get out of bounds past the Pogate, so that we don't have to go find the 4 Po Souls to open up the gate. No, displacement clips do not work in Twilight Princess HD. Only on GameCube and Wii. Rupee sliding itself still does work in HD, but obviously that's not Something which would be fast to do. So thank you very much, Hi Crazy Chrissy, for the Prime subscription. Thank you very much for your support. Glad you enjoy the speedruns. Low percent, I think, is pretty different between HD and SD. A lot of the stuff at, like, the end of the run, I think, would be the same, but... yeah, also, nobody's actually done HD low percent. Stylarge skip does not work in HD now. Stylarge skip is not possible because clawshot actor displacement is only a glitch that works on GameCube, because the Wii and HD versions of Twilight Princess cannot do L sliding when like you shoot out the clawshot. So thanks for the good luck, Ben. Also, yeah, I think the best place to rupee slide would just be for Grove to do early Master Sword for HD low percent. Darn it, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, the camera did not do what I expected it to do there. Come on, you can make it. Really? That didn't count? Alright, well, this is very bad. I think that should have counted. Well, this is dumb. Cool. We are not on emulator now. We are on real Wii U console. I do have the possibility to use the aroma custom firmware on the Wii U, but I currently use Tiramisu since that's what the input viewer that I'm using works with. That is also true, Nextler. You do just immediately know where all of the 5 things you need are for those dungeons. Alright, well, very good. Unsurprisingly, Arbiter's Grounds did not go well. Nice. Accidentally missed pressing the L button. Watched the OOT 3D in one pause, and you enjoyed that I was mostly there to go wee whenever Link walked up an invisible seam. I mean, yeah, it's fun to walk up invisible seams, so... The difference between any percent and all dungeons is that any percent does not complete all of the dungeons. So, we will not be completing Goron Mines or Temple of Time, and we also did not complete Snow Peak Ruins despite going into it to get the ball and chain. I go on vacation, do I plan on wrong warping to save on flights? It would be useful to wrong warp instead of flying on a plane, but unfortunately, I don't think we've figured out real-life wrong warping yet. Except in maybe, like, some extreme cases of quantum particle physics or something that I am not particularly knowledgeable about. Surprised that was too low, but... We transformed into Wolflink before the door because that skipped over a trigger that turns on the fan in that room, which means that we can simply go up through the fan in that room to get the boss key instead of having to go around the long way that the game normally wants us to go to get the boss key. Because for some reason that fan isn't just on by default, it's only on when you step into a trigger that's directly in front of that door that we transformed into Wolflink for. But if you transform into Wolflink and open it up from far enough away, you don't actually ever touch the trigger. very confused about what we were hitting there that was not the clawshot target. Not very good on the third-person clawshot clips there, unfortunately. Ah, yes, we are done with all dungeons. I got a satisfactory enough PB in all dungeons. Thanks for the raid, Double Brick. Thanks for the good luck, Harpy Lady. Ah, is this high enough? Okay. Thanks for the good luck, GDQ sec. It's going alright. This run's not great, but that's okay. Technically, we can still PB. We're not taking a break from all dungeons now. I got a time that I was satisfied with in all dungeons, so we are done with all dungeons. Would I ever post compilations of silly happenings in runs or only PBs? I've thought before about doing, like, a yearly, like, highlight compilation or something, but it's never been something that I put a whole lot of thought into. This run has 4 hearts because we picked up the Lakebed Heart Container. That's not the direction I wanted to side hop, but okay. Well, yeah, it would be slightly faster to not pick up any heart containers. But I get that one, and I get the one here in City in the Sky, just because it's possible that we could end up taking a lot of damage in Palace of Twilight, and I would rather not die, if possible. It is possible to softlock on the first phase of this fight, yeah. If you shoot the claw shot and grab onto Argarok's tail on the very first frame possible, then that does end up soft-locking. I don't think sub 3 is going to happen with the current route and, like, tricks that we know about. Because we'd still have to save, like, at least 6 or 7 more minutes for it to somehow be possible. I did kind of say 6-7, but I mean that's how much time would have to be saved. Oh, nice. There you go. I believe the stairs are supposed to appear there. Finding early Master Sword would make sub 3 doable. Finding a way to skip Ball and Chain would make sub 3 doable. I think those are the big ones. I guess obviously early Hyrule Castle would make sub 3 doable, but that one's probably less likely to be found than like early Master Sword at this point. So thanks for the congrats, Leaf Leaves. Or Leave Leafs. I said that backwards. Thanks for the good luck, Novi. Oh, come on, really? Nice 4-cycle Phantom's Ant. Is that gonna make it? Okay, it did. Nice. So thanks for the good luck, Tiago Santana. Wow, interesting. The little runts didn't spawn there for some reason. Alright, time for Stupid Room. Also, thank you very much, Mandato, for the 81 months of Prime. We are indeed playing Zelda. Thank you very much for the continued support. Do appreciate it. Alright, Stupid Room was not stupid. Hooray. There are a lot of things in this game that I call stupid. Indeed, there are. And by a lot, there's like 4. There's Stupid Ledge, which is the ledge in Orden Village that we try to Midna jump to that sometimes just fails. There's Stupid Room, which we just did. There is... I don't know how that failed. That was weird. There's Stupid Trick, which is early Snow Peak, which I think I also sometimes call Stupid Jump. The previous room we call Stupid Room, or at least I call Stupid Room, just because it's very easy to accidentally fall down. And also because you can just lose time depending on where the Zant head decides to spawn. And falling down in that room is very annoying. Because it forces you to transform into Wolf Link because you hit the smoke, and then you have to go out and transform back, and then claw shot back up to the platform, and it's like... It's a whole ordeal that is not optimal if it happens. Really? Ow. Oops. Ow. Okay, well, I kind of got lucky there. So, hello, Gilu chat. Also, thank you very much, Elementalic, for the 56 months of Tier 1. This is a lot of months of Tier 1, so thank you very much. And for the good luck. The run will certainly need at this point if we want a PB. We did lose a considerable amount of time there with souls. this orb before then. So thanks for the good luck, Bram. Thanks for the good luck, Stavros and Golden. Can I ask Nintendo to add TPHD to Switch 2, please? Unfortunately, I don't think Nintendo takes personal requests from me, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some kind of 3D Zelda remake this year. I mean, we don't really know what, like, we don't know anything, as far as I'm aware, about games that are going to be released in the latter half of 2026 from Nintendo. Like, first-party games, right? Probably because a lot of the marketing focus right now is on the Mario movie, but, like, at latest, you know, once the Mario movie has been out for a while, I imagine Nintendo will tell us their plans for the rest of the year. And yeah, like, I also wouldn't be surprised if we get Twilight Princess on GameCube and SO. That feels like the most likely thing, but who knows? I don't currently have any plans to see the Super Mario Galaxy movie, but I don't know, I might go see it. I did watch the first Mario movie, yes. What animal do I think I would turn into if I was forced into a Twilight Realm? I have no idea. We might do another run after this, because... I mean, this run will be done in about, like, a little over 20 minutes. Assuming nothing catastrophic happens. Well, the 40th anniversary will be Crossbow Training HD. That would certainly be interesting, in that nobody would predict that. At least unironically, I imagine. Ow, I thought he was gonna bounce again. Really? Of course, this time he bounced again. Nice RNG. Really? That was too early? I feel surprised that that was too early. Nice best. Which we can still save like 10 more seconds on. So thanks for the good luck, Douglas. Yeah, man, with a good Hyrule Castle and some good Zelda RNG. Getting a new record is possible. How's the run going? We lost a lot of time this run, but my any percent PB does not do Pogate skip, so despite losing lots of time, we're not actually behind at the moment. Did I dance for that emote? Like 3 years ago? No, more like 4 years, like 3.5 to 4 years ago, I think. Yeah, my goal for any percent is the same as all dungeons, which is a run that I feel satisfied with. Nice. Oh, come on. Bro, why can't I quick spin today? Oh. Okay, well, that was slow. Really? I don't understand the hitbox here. Nice orange rupee. Nice pot. Definitely wanted to pick that up. Are there any notable tricks that work across multiple 3D Zelda games? I guess Back in Time would be the big one. It's Back in Time works in Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword. Also sort of in Ocarina of Time 3D, but it doesn't... Like, Death Hall Wrong Warping is kind of like Back in Time, but it's also very different. I'll say, yeah, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask do share a lot of similar techniques. Yeah, all of the 3D Zelda games before Breath of the Wild also share ESS position, allowing for, like, retaining speed values longer than you should be able to. Whether it's, like, Hessing in OOT and MM, or brake sliding in Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword. I think ledge clipping also, even though it's... You never really see ledge clipping in Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword, but it does technically exist. But that's technically a trick that also works in Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword. I'm not aware of any Twilight Princess speedrun using ledge clipping, because you can only ledge clip with, like, very large objects in Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. Like, you can ledge clip in Twilight Princess with owl statues. Which is not exactly the most convenient thing to set up. Okay, yeah, seam clips are definitely different from ledge clips. Alright, will Zelda be nice enough for us to PB? Probably not. But let's find out. Alright, well, we got a strong start. Still possible for 7 cycles. Okay, no triangle attack, which is good. Taking her sweet time on that cycle, though. Alright, still possible to get 7 cycles. Oh, triangle attack, unfortunately. Cycle number 6, also a triangle attack. And we get the energy ball. Yes, we can. Alright, so actually, we might be able to PB with this. Looking at the ground for the triangle attack is just kind of like muscle memory. Like old muscle memory that doesn't actually do anything. But on GameCube Twilight Princess, if, like, the regular Triforce attack like that tends to lag a lot, so if you look at the ground on GameCube, you can reduce lag, but it doesn't lag on HD, so it's not relevant, but... Yes, thankfully you can stop him with the ball and chain. If you couldn't, then, I think you would just always have to stop him as Wolf. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing ever. Whoa, hello. Epona, why did we not turn? Okay, well now we might not PB. I don't know why Epona just ran straight into Ganondorf at the start there. It's not normally what happens. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to PB now. Well, that's okay. This run was not particularly great anyway. We matched our segment there exactly. Nice. Also, thanks for the 50 bits, Joshy. And thanks, everyone, for the GGs. Alright, well, we'll do a few more attempts to see if we can get that run anywhere. Obviously, that run had lots of mistakes. Also, is short enough that we can still do some attempts for now. I'll also take a short break before starting the next run, and I also have to get the input viewer back up, because it closes when the game closes. There we go. That last run, we mostly lost time to early Snow Peak and Pogate skip. We lost like 1 minute and 45 seconds to early Snow Peak and about 1 minute to Pogate skip, so those were like the big problem areas. There were also some other miscellaneous things we lost time to, but yeah. The Iron Boots we just put on because the ending cutscene is funny with the Iron Boots. Break won't be too much longer. Should basically just be till the end of this title sequence. Could also probably get up and just stretch around for a couple seconds. Yeah, we're gonna do some more attempts now. So, hello, Ultimate Gamer. What's up is we're doing another attempt. We completed one attempt, but unfortunately it was not a PB. Have I ever gotten all stamps? Yeah, any 100% run has to get all the stamps, so... I've gotten all the stamps via 100% runs before. No, Pikachu. The previous run missed PB by 7 seconds, unfortunately. But even if it had PB, it, like, would have only been by a couple seconds at best at that point. Alright, very nice. Why is there still Bokos? Because the any percent speedrun also has to push Bokos. The any percent and all dungeon speedruns are very similar. Like, the all dungeon speedrun is basically just the any percent speedrun with, like, the any percent speedrun route with the extra dungeons tacked on. So, anything that we did in all dungeons, we will pretty much be doing in any percent. I think my best Bokoblins time in all dungeons was 5:42, as far as, like, the best segment goes. Like, I can definitely improve my best with the Bokoblins here for any percent also. My any percent best is a 5:47. Ow, neat. Ow, darn it. I'm surprised we didn't get him around the corner there. Alright, very good. Have I muscle memoried the All Dungeons route yet? Yeah, I mean, I was never really referring to a route document when I was running All Dungeons. Okay. This is a manageable start to the goats, potentially. Except for this guy who decided he was special. Oh, really? You had to go out this way? Sir. Well, that's not great, but we'll continue with it. I don't know. I mean, I haven't, like, accidentally warped to the wrong place or something due to, like, accidentally doing an all dungeons thing in any percent. A little late, so we did not get the box breaker. Nice. That. Box breaker saves 3 frames. Not just 1. Just saw the plus 7 seconds run. Yeah, I mean, even if we had PB'd by a few seconds, it'd be like a bit whatever to me, since that run had already lost a lot of time to begin with. We don't do back in time in this category because back in time is not a glitch that exists in the HD version. Hey, back in time did exist. We would save quite a bit of time, actually, especially without early Master Sword, because we'd be able to get the Iron Boots early, which would save, like, 4 minutes of travel time that we have to do later in the run to go back and get Iron Boots. And we also wouldn't have to do Bokoblin pushing. We'd also do Sword and Shield skip, because we'd already have a Sword and a Shield. I think we wouldn't be able to do Poe. Well, no, I guess I don't actually know if we'd be able to do Poe Gate skip, because I think if we wanted to, we would have to buy a shield, since when you do back in time and save the back in time file, the sword and shield that you have aren't actually in your inventory. So, like, the game doesn't allow you to learn Shield Bash with them like that. Hogate skip would save less time. So you'd have to go out of your way to get a shield somewhere. I mean, Back in Time was never really going to be possible in Twilight Princess HD because there's no way to soft reset the game. Like there is on GameCube and Wii. But they did go out of their way to intentionally patch it, despite the fact that it wouldn't have been possible in the first place, so... So Sword and Shield skip is possible in HD, but the issue is that without Back in Time and without early Master Sword, if you do Sword and Shield skip, you then don't have a weapon that you can use, and, like, then it just becomes impossible to, like, get through Forest Temple. Because you don't have a weapon to damage things with. So then the question becomes, oh, well, can't you get the sword and then just do, like, shield skip, right? And the answer is no, because the game forces you to get the shield first, before getting the sword, so... Oh, thank you, Scary Theory. Glad you've been enjoying the speedruns for a while. Also, I have never seen a chat message like that before. I don't know how you activate that effect, but it looks interesting. Yeah, that wasn't very optimal. Oh, that effect costs 1,000 bits. I see. Well, thank you very much for the 1,000 bits as well. Okay, I can actually see the, like, the bits in the background there. That makes sense. But yeah, glad that the content can help Scary World Theory. So thanks for the good luck craze VFX. Thanks for the good luck as well, Soup. Also, yes, George, we did change from all dungeons to any percent. No, the first hour and 50 minutes for any percent in all dungeons are basically identical. As the all dungeons route is basically just the any percent route with the extra dungeons tacked on, where it makes sense to put them. Well, yeah, double brick. So it is possible to get to the Sacred Grove as human Link early with LJAs. But the problem is that when you get to Sacred Grove as human Link with LJAs, you can't get past the very first room because there's a wall that blocks you. As the game wants you to, you know, be Wolf Link and howl at the Howling Stone to get rid of that wall, so... Really? The monkey noticed that? Also, hey, Jemama. I am here very often, yes, so... But how you been? Displacement clips do not work in HD, no. Unfortunately. Also, thanks for the good luck croissant, please. So the reason displacement clips work at all in the GameCube and Wii version is because part of the calculation for where the game thinks Link is for pushing him away from a wall involves using what's known as the fast reciprocal square root algorithm, which is basically a much faster way of being able to calculate the square root of a number. And that was important, you know, back in the early 2000s, because it meant that the game would not have to spend as much time processing, like, trying to figure out what the square root of a number was, because instead it could get an approximation for the reciprocal of the square root of a number, right? So, if you have a number like 1, right? 1 over the square root of 1, we know is just 1, because the square root of 1 is 1. But with the fast reciprocal square root algorithm, the approximation for the square root of 1 is 0.9998 something, right? It's not exactly 1 because it's just a very fast approximation. And so because of that, that approximation sort of ends up propagating into the, like, calculation for where Link is when he's supposed to get pushed away from a wall, which then creates the very small zone where Link is allowed to be inside, or Link is allowed to be right up against a wall, but not get pushed out of a wall. Also, thank you very much, Eldrist, for the 4 months of Prime. Turn the other way. Thank you. But basically, the HD version and also the NVIDIA Shield version of Twilight Princess do not use the fast inverse square root algorithm. They have properly calculated square roots because they were not as pressed for processing speed as the GameCube and Wii were. So thanks for the good luck, Cosmic Sage. Have I considered any long-form content? I mean, I feel like speedruns are already pretty long-form content to begin with, but if you mean, like, uploading videos that are not just my speedrun PBs, I think I probably will start doing, like, runs that do, like, full post commentary again, because I've seen some other runners doing that lately, and those seem to do, like, pretty good numbers on YouTube, so... And I liked doing those back in the day, but at some point, like 10 years ago, they stopped doing well for some reason. But if they're doing well again, then I think it would be fun to make more. Like, I could probably make one for TPHD All Dungeons. Well, so the problem that I've always had with, like, full game speedrun tutorials is that, like, a single video that's a full, like, category speedrun tutorial will get outdated very quickly. Most likely, right? Unless the game is, like, super old and, like, super optimized or something, right? Like, uploading a full game tutorial for Super Mario Bros. Is probably not going to get very outdated. But, like, uploading a full single video for, like, Twilight Princess HD any percent tutorial kind of thing. Like, I don't want to upload a video that is then going to become outdated as a learning resource, if that makes sense. At least, like, a really long video like that, right? So, like, one way that, I thought of to try to fix that issue was to instead make, like, a giant playlist of, really short tutorial videos that could always be interchanged out, right? So, like, I began doing that for Skyward Sword HD any percent, like, a couple years ago. I only got, like, into Skyview Temple with it, though, because I never ended up going further with it because I wanted to do, like, a camera setup where you could see me using motion controls, but I never ended up getting around to doing that. But so, that idea, I think, would work a lot better for, like, actual speedrun tutorial resources, because you can just, you know, quickly remake, like, a 2-minute section, or, like, a 2-minute short video that's part of that playlist if, like, that specific part becomes outdated. And then you don't have an entire outdated video that people are referencing for something, right? Also, thanks for the good luck, Bram. Hope that sleep is good. One, 2, 3, 4. Bang. One, 2... Ah, only 2. Very nice. Okay, we're not going to lose 20 seconds here this time. Also, thanks for the good luck, Mason. I should keep the outdated information, that way any new runners are less likely to successfully compete for the same records. Ah, yes. But yeah, the other thing about, like speedrun learning or, like, speedrun resources for learning is not, like, content that I would really intend to try to make money off of. So, like, I'd rather have it be in a format that's actually useful for learning instead of being something that gets money made off of it. pretty good roll. I don't think it's quite close enough to immediately open the chest. Oh no, it was actually. How about that? Make a bunch of shorts about Twilight Princess lore. I mean, I guess honestly, like, occasional funny clips happening would probably be, like, good shorts content. Like getting the soft lock on Death Sword, for instance. Or the soft lock on Trill. So the minimum number of hops on Ook is 4, so only getting 6 hops on Ook is pretty good. It's definitely, like, good RNG, all things considered. Okay. I was worried that Boomerang might miss the bomb there. I think there are others like the Triller Argorok softlock. I imagine probably, but I can't immediately think of any off the top of my head. So, hello, banished arthropod. Welcome back. Come on. It really doesn't want to let me through. Okay, well, that was really slow. Unfortunate. I don't think I can have a 302 sum of best now. We might be able to get it down to 303. I'm not too sure about that, but might be possible. Want to come down here? Yeah, any percent is only like 40-ish minutes shorter than all dungeons. I guess right now it's like 36, but it could be closer to 40. Ah, yes. Muting the tab will generally mean no audio plays from it. Am I gonna read YouTube chat today? No comment. So thanks for the good luck, Torah. Yeah, we're losing like 20 seconds here, unfortunately. Thanks to gate clip not being nice. Some 47 Elden Vessel. Am I an actual gymnast? I was when I made the username at the age of 12 for my Minecraft account. Am I a fictional gymnast? I don't think I'm a fictional gymnast, no. Did I get bored of doing gymnastics? I mean, honestly, I never really liked doing gymnastics when I did it. I found a lot of gymnastics to be, like, fairly frustrating. But, I mean, it obviously was, like, you know, a pretty good workout, and good for, like, flexibility and strength training and stuff. Ow, darn it. Well, slipped off. I slipped off again! Nice. Problem is that the Kargarak has come over, and I fell all the way down! Alright, well... I think I might call this run here, then, unfortunately. Is it still possible to PB? Yes. I would not be satisfied with the run, though. But, yeah. I'm a little surprised that failed, but I think I was a little too far to the right, was the issue. But, thank you guys all for watching today. We will do more attempts on the Wednesday, so hopefully we can get a better start then. So, in any case, I will see you guys all later. Goodbye, and have a good rest of your Mondays and Tuesdays.
Hmm?